This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to an extremely hot and sunny winter afternoon here in the lowveld of South Africa. We're giving you the most gorgeous views from Djuma Private Game Reserve, sitting on the western fringes of the Greater Kruger National Park. Now it's hot and it's bright and slightly uncomfortable, so we will be seeking shade as well as seeking animals and seeing what we can find. But we will be coming to you not only from Djuma Private Game Reserve but many other locations across South Africa. So get ready, everyone. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. Great decision to jump on board with us today. I have a funny feeling it's going to be a very good safari. What's not so good is my parking skills and how I have to position myself every time. My name is Lauren. I do have Davy on camera, and at least this way I'm not looking directly into the sun. Will I probably ever get better at this? I don't think so. I always forget that I've got to turn and look back at the camera. But anyway, we're coming to Galagopan right now because a few hours ago we heard alarm calls. Now, our bedrooms sit sort of facing Galagopan, so we thought maybe there's a predator here. It's worth looking, I think. But before we do bumble, I must remind you that this safari is live and interactive, so please do talk to us. It wouldn't be what we do without you guys. You can use the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. You can use @FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the WildEarth website, and as long as you've registered, you can submit your questions there. And kids, most importantly, you are the future. So please do ask your questions and send them in via email to kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Whew, it's hot. You ready to bumble, Dobby?
Yep.
I think so. Now, we got very, very lucky with Tandy this morning. She was great. She was sitting on her rock throne and stretched and scent marked and yawned, and she was fabulous. And Mareebs is definitely in Torchwood as well. I just don't know where. So I think once it gets a little bit cooler, and we haven't found anything, we're possibly going to head into Torchwood and see what else we can find. But for now, I'm seeking shade because it's so fabulously hot. And let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good afternoon and welcome again to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We're currently looking at a magnificent Waterbuck pool. We are very close to Gary Dam and it is nice and hot this afternoon. My name is Cedric and I have BK on camera with me this afternoon. Our plan for us, we will bumble around, see what we can find. Maybe go check Treehouse Dam and maybe later go to Chitwa. I would like to see Chitwa. It is my last drive this afternoon for now, so I'm excited to have you guys with me. Hopefully we will be able to find a leopard for my last drive. That would be awesome. But I'm really looking forward for this afternoon. This Waterbuck is beautiful. You can see the white marking at the back there, which is a follow me sign. It's a type of communication for them. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful horns. Yeah, so we're next to Gary Dam. It is a bit quiet here. I'm not hearing any alarm calls. You can see a hippo in the dam. It's the same hippo we saw this morning. But apart from that, it is hot and quiet. Okay, let me try to move a little bit forward and see if we get a better view of that Waterbuck. I just hope he's not going to move off. We might also later, if we still have time, go check if the lions are still there. I'm not sure if it's still in the same area, but we will look for tracks and see. They should be still around. It's very hot today. So Waterbuck are very water dependent. They will always be around 5 kilometers from water. Obviously this one now is very close to water. I saw him yesterday as well. He was alone, no female with him. So I think he's currently alone in that area. One thing I'm still waiting to hear, it's a Waterbuck alarm call. I never heard one before. But this one is a very big bull. When they are young, they look very fluffy. It's very cute, actually. With lots of hair, fluffy. Well, we would say that every young animals are cute, but especially the young Waterbucks. I'm currently listening in that area and looking there, but I can't see nothing. No, it's quite relaxed. Okay, so yeah, I'm thinking now maybe we'll try Treehouse Dam. If you would like to know how to Waterbuck communicate by snorting and alarm calling, but I never heard an alarm call of a Waterbuck. We're generally quite quiet, and also with the sign at the back. So if you see that round on the berm there at the back, it is a follow me sign. So for example, when they run in the bush, this will be a good way to see each other running through the long grass, for example. They have a lot of sand gland as well under their skin, so they do release a secretion that smells a lot as well. It doesn't really want to look at us, I can see that. Yeah, so we'll move soon. I think it is quite nice that we checked here and see that beautiful animal. Let's try to get a last look from the front. It's not every day we see such a beautiful Waterbuck. Well, you might see the dam cam at the back, so this is where the dam cam is, where you can go look live to see if there's any animal at the dam. How beautiful is that? Oh no, not in the mood with us this afternoon. Okay, I think we'll let him be and continue on our adventure. Yeah, so I was thinking maybe check Treehouse Dam as well, because the lions was not too far from there. I don't know if they were a bit thirsty, they might have gone around that area to drink. But they were coming from Twin Dam, so I'm pretty sure they drank this morning already some water. Okay, let's see what we can find on our way that side. In the meantime, we'll send you to Yapiat and Ngala, who would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to andBeyond in Ngala, where this afternoon we are on a search for some animals, big animals, elephants. So we are checking the areas along the riverbed up towards a large watering hole in this area where we might hopefully either find some signs of animals that went down to drink, or animals that's leaving, or animals that might be there drinking, which would be first prize this afternoon. Now, this morning was a really busy morning. There was a lot happening on the reserve, and it is that time of the year. The pressure is on for water, as well as food, and the best places now is to come near the river for animals. There are still, in this very area that we are, there's large puddles of water where it's seasonal pans, not permanent water sources. But there's mud for the large pachyderms, the rhinoceros, the buffalo, and of course the elephant. They all come down to use those pans to wallow. And then they also rest up in the shade.
We heard impala alarm calls earlier. So we've come to the area. It was a good few hours ago, but we're just paying lots of attention to the impalas. They're all huddled together. I always think impalas look beautiful against a winter landscape. But it's always important to listen. The wind's picked up a little bit, but let's just sit here for a moment or two and just listen to all the sounds around us. Aren't they just beautiful? But they don't seem alarmed, so possibly the predator has gone in the other direction.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody to Eco Training Pridelands here in the Lowveld, Greater Kruger National Park. My name is Steve. I'm joined by Gert on camera, and we're out and about saying hello to an old and well past its life leadwood tree. Look at that. How magnificent. Now this thing would have grown and died a very long time ago. They reckon these leadwoods can die and stand for over 100 years. And the angle at which he's growing is an indication that there was all sorts of other trees and vegetation around here that would have forced him to grow sideways towards the light. It doesn't look like the roots have been impacted. It means that he would have been growing in an area where there was probably a lot more bigger trees. Would have been growing at an angle to access the light. Isn't that incredible? Hello, old tree. Makosi, Makosi. You always pay your respects to the ancestors when you walk past these giants because, well, they've been standing for so long that many local people believe that their ancestors live inside these trees and actually watching over them as they go past. So Makosi is a way of saying, giving reverence to the tree, to its life, to its time on this earth. But we were on Bushwalk, as it's quite obvious, and I would love to know if there's any interests from you, ladies and gentlemen out there. Please send through 3 special interests that you'd like us to talk about this afternoon, and hopefully we can comply. But we are ready. I have my stick, my bag, my water, my sun cream, and my hat, and we're ready to go. And we're going to go on a bushwalk that direction. And Talia wants to know if we've seen any snakes. Well, Talia, before I got here, and Paul was on shift, before Gert, should I say, and Paul was with me last time, and Paul, he was terrified of snakes, absolutely terrified of snakes. And I believe if you are terrified of something, or you keep mentioning it, you manifest it into your life, and it's going to become quite evident. And Paul, not only did they encounter a snake on a walk last week or the week before, they encountered a black mamba. Are you afraid of snakes, Kat? Well, we have respect for snakes. I'm not afraid of them. I'm not going to handle them if I don't have to. But snakes this time of year are normally quite uncommon because, well, they're cold-blooded and they're hiding away. But as it starts to warm up, as we start getting these warmer, windy days, the possibility of snakes coming out and about increase. But I've probably stepped over many, many snakes in my life, but I have yet to stand on one, thankfully. I've been on walk before where I've stepped, my backup has stepped, and the third person in the line has gone, oh, there's a snake. We go back and there's a puff adder. Michael, I'd love to be able to tell you how to age a leadwood like that, but I don't actually know. One thing I do know is that they can live for over 1,000 years, and that fellow was quite a thick trunked fellow, but I don't know how old exactly. But unfortunately, in the name of science, many times science needs to chop down something to count the rings. Not ideal. We don't want to chop them down. But I think there's ways of drilling these days where you can get a core, can work out that way without actually killing the tree. So with regards to aging a leadwood like that, I'd have absolutely no idea. But definitely older than 10 years is my go-to when I'm not sure on the number. So I don't know. I'm not sure. We're going to keep walking. This is an area called Red Earth. We do welcome you to join us on our walk this afternoon. We're quite excited. We might focus on your special interests when they come. Otherwise, we'll come up with other plans with regards to what to do this afternoon. And while we do that, we'll send you over to Cedric in Djuma.
So we did find an elephant next to the Muluwati River. It's an elephant bull. Yeah, we spooked him a bit when we arrived, so he got a bit... He's not very happy with us. It looked like he'd have been drinking because he's wet. Maybe he just had a mud bath as well. Looks like he wants to move. I need to go a little bit forward. You can see, like, I think we spooked him a bit when we arrived here, and he was not very impressed. He just started pushing a tree just to show us how strong he is. You always have to respect elephants. When it can get tricky with elephant bull, it's that when they are in must, it can get a bit aggressive, or very aggressive sometimes. I had one experience one day where I got charged by an elephant in must, and it was not a pleasant sighting. Let's see where he's going. It looks like it doesn't really want us to be next to him. He went into the river there. Yeah, but it's very thick here, so it's not a great visual, as you can see. But you could see now when I stop again and it's moving again. Yeah, that's not great. Sometimes you can get a bit of a fright when you come around the corner and there's a big elephant there. Is it fine there, Pika? Michael, you would like to know what is the warning sign that we should look out for? Elephant, well, basically when they open their ears, that this shows you that you have your attention. And then also when the tail is straight at the back, that shows it's very irritated. For the bull, you can check also the gland on the temples there. If it's wet, that means it might be in must, and if there's lots of urine dripping on the back leg, also shows that he is in must. Yeah, he's going to move in the open there. I will try to go a bit forward. Yeah, so, and then if we start coming closer and charge, and if the trunk is like on itself, then it's not very good as well, actually, because they use a trunk which is rolled to push whatever it is in his way, his trunk and his head. Oh, it's not very cooperative. He's moving still, huh? Yeah, but this is a young bull. Young bull can be unpredictable as well. Sometimes they have a bit of attitude with them, and like just out of nowhere they can start to be naughty and come close. And yeah, so important to look at the ears. The tail is very important as well, and yeah. Obviously, if it's a breeding herd, yeah, I'm sorry, the visual is not great at all. If it's a breeding herd, you would also don't want to separate the calf from the female, but the breeding herds, the females are quite relaxed here, in that area. Maybe. I'm just going to go forward and see if we get a better look. There we go. Okay, so we have a good view now, but in the meantime we'll send you to Lauren, who's at the watering hole. Beautiful elephant.
We've come to check on Tamboiti Dam. I'm not entirely sure. Many of you will be familiar with it, but it's actually on Bushwalk, but very, very close, 50 meters or so from Bushwalk cut line. And as you can see, it's still so full with water. I mean, so many of the dams right now are just so full. And that's why the predator sightings have been fantastic, but they're not all concentrated in one area as they have been in winters previously. So this isn't on Djuma, but it's very, very close to Djuma, and you can see that it's still full. And we've had Tingana. Tingana loves Tamboiti Dam. We've had him here many times. Tlalamba often walks past. There's even been sightings of Luna here. But I think Miss Tlalamba's pushed her further north in terms of territory. So it's always a nice place to check. You've got to remember all these little pans and water holes and dams, whatever you want to call them, because on a really, really hot day like this, although it's winter, it's hot, this is where you are going to find animals drinking. It's not just the big dams that we always go to, for example, Treehouse, Twin, Bushwalk. You've always got to remember these ones too. The ones that are slightly off the beaten track. Hello, Mr. Hammerkop. Ah, are you two friends? Hornbill and Hammerkop. Just chilling. The H's.
Oh, the terrapin.
Vincent, they are almost, well, a lot of them are natural watering holes. Through weathering over time, sometimes the dam walls are man-made to reinforce the water body, especially in sort of years of flooding and excessive water. But really, most of the big dams are natural. It's only the sort of smaller pans that are pumped or man-made. For example, One-Eyed Pan is a natural pan now. It's completely natural, but they do add to it. They do keep it full. This water body looks completely natural. But sometimes, in terms of Gowrie Dam, it's a natural watering hole, but the dam wall has been particularly reinforced to allow vehicles to cross over it, animals to cross over it, and just to sort of protect the integrity of the dam itself and the structure of the dam to prevent flooding. Yeah, we tried to name them all because these are indicators when you're talking on the radio. It's very difficult to describe where an animal is if you can't describe what it's close to. If it's not on a road, how are you going to describe where it is? And of course, that's why we do sort of pick out key trees and key areas, and we do name all of the water holes, from the small ones even to the big ones. Where do you see the terrapin, Duff?
On the bank.
Oh, yes. Everybody's just chilling. Living the terrapin. Oh, that's not even a hornbill. Sorry, I'm looking through my monitor. I'm completely blinded by the sun right now. That is a thick knee. My apologies. A thick knee, a hammerkop, and a terrapin. Sounds like the start of a really bad joke. I think due to the heat we will keep moving. We've not really done a very good job at finding shade. So we're going to keep bumbling along the cut line and see what else we can find.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton, he's a big unit. I got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And yeah, we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of it, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, And he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Welcome back, everyone. Have you ever been on Bushwalk before? Anybody? Yes or no? Bushwalk is essentially as descriptive as the words bushwalk imply. We go walking in the bush, advisable generally to have a suitable pair of shoes. These things over here protect your socks against grass seeds. Also can prevent dirt and things coming in. And some people will spray these with insect repellent to prevent ticks and the like crawling up your legs. Some people I've known even shave their legs to prevent ticks from adhering. As you can see, I do not. A suitable coloured clothing when you're out in the wilderness. It means to blend in quite nicely. A backpack with suitable water. A camelback with a little hose here is very advisable. A set of sunglasses for keeping your eyes from burning. A very nice hat and sun cream is incredibly important. I like to carry a stick, first of all, to help you get over the rocky areas. And it also helps you not have to bend down when you point at things on the ground, like this impala dung over here. But probably one of the most important things out here, due to the fact that our senses are quite impaired in the wilderness, is a pair of binoculars. Very, very important to have a pair of binoculars out in the wilderness, as they help us to see things. We might not always see things very clearly. You get like an image and you go, hang on, let me have a look. And then you'll have a look under the bush and you go, that is indeed a lion. And then you can either approach or avoid being eaten, but also for birding. So let's go for a little walk over here. I hope you're feeling all nice and prepared. I also always have a couple of little guidebooks or sort of pocket manuals with regards to tracks. Birding book is very nice, or these days most of these things come on the phone. So an app with regards to sort of looking after what you want to look for. Flowers, frogs. Ashley, age 9, well, a vet can do whatever they want to, I suppose, but anybody who wants to be a game ranger needs to go through the relevant sort of qualifications to get one there. And if you are smart enough to be a vet, Ashley, I promise you're more than smart enough to be a game ranger. The marks and the qualifications at school are a little bit lower to become the game ranger side. Veterinary colleges, they take only the smartest or the highest educated people, and it's a waiting list. Anyone can study conservation courses. There's actually quite a lot of them around, and lots of guiding qualification courses, but to become a vet requires a lot of luck, I suppose. I know some people who've managed to get in and others that have taken years to get in, whereas anyone I know that wants to be a guide or a conservationist goes and does a course, and it's pretty straightforward. So yes, but I would recommend, if you want to be a conservationist, to stick with biology at school. Very, very important. I don't know if maths is the most important subject, but I did it and it was quite helpful. Science, although I didn't do very well at school in science, has definitely played a part later on, especially at university. But biology was a very, very important subject. Those people who don't do biology at school and then try to do conservation, you've got to do a lot of catch-up sort of work. Biology helps you with all of the plants, the trees, understanding of how they all work, how they connect, which is very, very important out here. KG, well, for that question, we're going to stand very, very still. Now, KG wants to know, why is it advisable not to run new counter predator? Well, KG, it's advisable not to run at all in the bush. First of all, if you've ever got a cat, a domestic cat or a dog, try do this with them. Here's the cat. Take your hand and do this. The cat's going to have to catch your hand. There's absolutely no reason why. It's not going to eat your hand. It just has to catch it. And you see a lion or a leopard and you run, that animal's original decision or original idea with you is to be fearful, to stay away, and to it's dealing with that process in its mind. As soon as you run, you become prey, and they have to chase you. It's just an instinct. All of their decision-making powers are completely overridden by the fact that something's running. They have to catch it. And I promise you, you will not outrun any of the animals out here, let alone the cats. They are very, very fast. So it's advisable, never run. Also, what can happen by running is you influence another animal's behavior. Elephants can sometimes get quite emboldened if someone runs from a group. They go, oh, this is fun, and they start to chase. And that can put the rest of the people in your group at risk. And if you do run away from a group, I lose control of you, you're a little bit too far away, and then things just become very, very tricky. So whatever you do in the bush, do not run. It's very straightforward. Usain Bolt, who historically was the fastest man in the world, I don't know if he still is with the Olympics going on now, but he used to run 37 kilometers an hour on a track, peak physical condition, 37. Now an elephant can run 40, so cats 94. There's just no chance. We're going to send you over. Okay, so he is still the fastest man. Thanks, Elton. And we're going to send you over to Yapi while we continue on into the bush.
And we just stopped past this area where the lions were this morning, and not much has changed here. In fact, okay, a little bit has changed. Those two there, those are the two brothers from the same mother. And those two have moved a whole 4.5 meters from this morning. You can see some affection being showed by the one at the back with his paw on the shoulder of the one in front. And it's almost like they're taking turns flicking their ears. Now that is a sign. You might, when you see them like this, ask, are they asleep? But that is a sign that they are very much awake. They are just resting. And to be honest, they are riddled with flies all over their face, their mouth, on the ears. The tip of those ears, it's a little bit tattered here and there. Maybe some scars that they've gained from fighting for a spot around the carcass to get some food. And then I can see that there on the cheeks of the one in front especially, there's a little bit of dried mud. And I see a pinkish tinge there. You can see those are the other two. The one, they've like moved half into the shade, but there's a little bit of a breeze coming through the river here, which is very nice, and I think that's why these lions are out in the open. And the one with her head up, she's a very alert young lioness and certainly shows a lot of enthusiasm, even though she's the smallest physically out of this group. But what a spot. Just above her in one of the trees, there is a brown-hooded kingfisher that's just flown in, and he's probably wanting to come down to this little puddle here. You can see there's the kingfisher. And normally he'd be sitting perched closer to the little puddle, and he might come down every now and again to hawk some flying insects. I also know that there's a little bit of fish in this puddle. Well, I haven't seen any movement or anything that suggests that now, but I have seen a couple of days ago there was a small fish that moved there, and there were also some hammerkop and 2 woolly-necked storks going through the water here. But as you can see, it's also a little bit of paradise for these lions who've come here to rest, have access to their dirty puddle of water, which of course for them isn't too much of an issue. And then other than that, they are just preserving their energy, and a lot of it is being used at this point, digesting. Lisa, yes, indeed they do blend in very well with the sand. I think the only 2 that stands out quite a bit is the 2 white ones, of course. But it is interesting to see how this one, her back and head is actually, because it's a little bit dirty, it blends in nice with the reflection of the sunlight and the golden grass nearby. So even she doesn't stick out too much if you look at it like that. Earlier on there was a Ngala bull that walked across the river, and I think that young lioness, he's walked off. We can actually still see him from where we are, but he is up on the bank. And that one, she's been watching him very carefully. She's lost interest. I don't think she's got the energy at this point. But the Ngala certainly did not see them at all. And of course, they wouldn't have to spend the energy on trying to hunt something, which the success rate would be probably close to 0 at this stage. I always find it amazing, this little lioness, she's always the one with her head up. She's always paying attention. There is something that's always drawing her attention. Yeah, I think they might still continue like this for a little while before there might be more drastic movements.
Welcome back with us. We're driving around still, checking the area. It is still very warm though. But apart from that elephant earlier, not much luck. Sometime normal at this time of the day, it is very warm. So we saw that leopard track earlier and heard that little francolin alarm calling, so this is why we came here to check. And we'll go back down towards the Mulwati River now. So we're currently in the eastern section of Djuma. It is generally quite quiet on that side, but sometimes you can find nice animals as well. I did find lions the last time I was here in that area. But now we're on the look for a leopard. Yeah, still looking around, eh? I think we should turn left here and do that loop maybe. Often there's two battlers on that road as well, which is very nice to see. Just passing the trees there. Okay, we're going to continue on this road and hopefully we'll be lucky.
Sadly, no updates yet from our side on one single track. Which means if the Impala did spot something at Galakopan, it's possibly still in the drainage. Which also makes sense because of the heat. It's a hot day for winter. But I have approached one of our important junctions, a good old four-way, where we always do stop and just see if anyone has moved. And I say this all the time, but this used to be the junction that gave all the information away. We always found tracks of the predators here. But now nothing. Literally nobody uses this road. Tswalu occasionally. But that's it. Michael, I don't know what that means, but it is winter here in Africa at the moment. And winter does bring about cold temperatures and lack of moisture. So summer in South Africa, Africa's a huge continent. It's absolutely massive. And some countries are above the equator, some countries below. So South Africa, it's definitely winter. And there's no rainfall. It's very unusual to get rainfall during winter. So there's a lack of moisture and very, very cold temperatures. So you can see that all the grass is very sort of dead, it's dry, it's barren. Most of the leaves, not all, but most of the leaves of trees fall off. They don't retain any moisture. So it's a very dry season, yes, technically. But we normally just sort of call it winter due to the temperatures. We have had rainfall this year in winter, but it's not those summer tropical storms that come. I mean, the storms that we get in summer are absolutely incredible. Then the first rains of summer and everything flourishes. Everything. You'll start seeing grass immediately, or even in spring, the first rains of spring. Okay, I'm gonna keep bumbling and hopefully find some tracks at some point. We're gonna send you guys back across to Yapi.
We just actually managed to, well, that one is at least kind enough to walk away a little bit. Now, lions at this stage, when they are this full, they're not extremely considerate of personal space, as you can see. And they're also not very proactive when it comes to moving around and making some basic decisions. Just look at that beautiful spot that they're at. One of the most amazing things about their positioning, and they do this instinctively because they know, is that this is a pretty good spot to set up an ambush if something had to come down from the bank here. Wouldn't necessarily be able to see these lions. The wind at this stage is also blowing from across the riverbed, so it is blowing away from these lions off to the left. Now that means that anything that's coming from up that bank won't know that there's lions until it's too late. And there, that's one of the oldest members of this pride. In fact, probably the oldest. I've been having a lot of conversations lately regarding her and the other one that's more or less the same age that we used to think as the direct sisters. It's really tough to say. When this pride started moving into Ngala, we never really got to know the exact relationship or exact relations between those two. We do know that both of them are very, very old, but now that they're reaching their more advanced years, we can certainly see that this particular one is showing a little bit more serious signs of aging. If I got the name correct, Paul, do lions ever fall into a deep sleep? Yes, I have seen them fall into a deep sleep. I find that it's often only later in the afternoon when it's cooled down quite a bit, or if it is nice cool weather, or sometimes directly after they've been eating quite a lot. They don't have a constant, long, deep sleep cycle like we have, and there's always something that's alerting their attention. And they always have to be on the lookout for an opportunity, so they can't really afford to fall into long, deep sleeps. But I've seen two interesting things lately. The other day we found the whole pride together, this whole pride together with all the young ones, the cubs and everything, and the pride got up and moved away, and two young ones. They did cover a massive distance during that evening, but as the pride was moving off all the adults and most of the young ones, two of them, with a slight age difference between them, they were so fast asleep that they didn't even realize the rest of the pride moving off until well afterwards. And we followed the rest of the pride, got back to the other area, and those two were still there. Eventually that afternoon they met up with them. And then the same thing happened in the afternoon when the pride moved off. The very same two was in a very deep sleep. Now I can usually tell that the lions aren't half awake when they're not flicking their ears or their tail at all. So when there's nothing bothering them, when it seems like nothing's bothering them, and that's usually quite short bouts. I can see there's a lot of grooming going on, especially that young male there in the shade with his sister looking over his shoulder. I even saw her attempting to take something off his back, maybe a tick or something small moving there. while these lions are lazing around here, we might go off and go look for something else in the meantime before they get more active later this afternoon. So we'll head over to Steve, who's on a bushwalk at Pridelands.
Well, we continue. Bushwalk we go. It's a lovely afternoon to be out and about, although the wind has started to pick up. Sometimes in these little gravelly beds where there's been a bit of erosion, you get some rocks exposed. This isn't one, but possible. This kind of stone, if you look at it closely, this isn't the best one, but sometimes you can get stones like this that have been manufactured as a hand tool. Let's see if it maybe has been. You often get where it's been chipped off and flaked off. Almost looks like this might be. There's a point of intersection there, which you call the bulb of percussion, where someone had gone and smashed it to cut off, and often it's good to feel it in your hand. That feels quite nice. There could have been a cutting tool. Many of these Stone Age artifacts are found all over South Africa. I'm not sure 100% if this is one, but I have found many in my life. You often feel it. Which hand did it work on? Was it a man's hand, a woman's hand, left hand, right hand? That works quite nicely. And that would have been a cutting tool, but I'm not sure 100%, but it does have a little bit of the etchings on the side here. Well, I'm going to put it back, because it's always important to leave these things. We found them, it's history. I'm going to continue on down the little dry riverbed here. The wind has picked up slightly, so we're going to stay a little bit low as the wind starts to sort of change our perception of hearing. We spoke before about the importance of binoculars. Well, hearing out here is as important as binoculars. And nice walking through a lowland area where the water has cut. You find some mineral deposits in the rock. Some metamorphic rock here. You can see some really large quartz crystals. And then this is mica over here. There's layers and layers of mica. It's very soft. Now, mica is something that's harvested across in these areas is very, very popular mica. All of our technology these days, all the motherboards and cell phones, this little filament here, this layer, is a mineral that's harvested and broken down. A lot of the rock is then discarded for this. So technology today is reliant almost exclusively on the production of this very pretty and shiny sort of sheet-like crystal.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when he finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
this is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
Welcome back to the Bushwalk here on Pridelands, where we are just scratching around looking for all sorts of wonderful things. And what you might have noticed before you went away was this deposit of mica in here. Mica is one of the minerals we find in quartz, or should I say in granite. Quartz is a crystal as well, where in large enough numbers forms quartzite. You find both mica and quartz in granite, but we also find them in sandstone, much smaller deposits. So when sandstone is metamorphosized, it forms quartzite, which is a rock very similar to that one. But I don't think this was sandstone. I think this was once upon a time granite that went through a metamorphic process. You can see the different kinds of bands here. And that metamorphic process would have transferred the granite into something known as gneiss. It's very nice, gneiss, however you want to pronounce it. And there's many types of gneiss that we find in South Africa. And they were all created with the upliftment of the continent, whereby the continent of Asia, Australia, India, should I say, moved away. Antarctica moved away from Africa. And what that caused, when the granite was already on the sort of the crust, in the crust of the earth, that shifting and swelling of the earth's crust with huge, can you imagine an entire continent moving like this? And what happened there, it caused mountains to uplift, such as the Drakensberg, and that shifting underneath the bottom over here is where some of the granite would have been, and that would have gone through huge pressure and huge heat to completely transform into a metamorphic rock. And I do believe this is gneiss, and because you get different temperatures within that gneiss, you'll get layers like this where the quartzite crystals or the quartz crystals form much larger bands, and whereby you get a huge deposit of mica inside. But I'm not 100% sure what kind of gneiss could be. Debbie, there is incredible history in the bush. And it's nice to find little drainage lines like this where the water has naturally eroded away, or weathered away the rock surfaces to give you over here. You can even see there's another line over here. And what happens sometimes is you get different pressure buildup, different heat. So this would have undergone sort of a more of a quicker cool time than this one. So the crystals here are all much larger than those ones. And when you have when you have rivers cutting through the earth like this, you get rock exposed. You get areas where you can actually go and have a look from a geological point of view. Another time when rock is exposed is through mining, and then you get really interesting rock pieces pushed out and shown, and you can love climbing in and having a look at the different crystals. Heather, well, that hand tool that I was kind of looking at before definitely would have been some form. Many of them could have been used as not really weapons, but as axes, as hand axes, and potentially for fighting. Some of them could have been attached to sticks when you fashion them in a certain way, and then you do get a weapon. But many of the hand tools are used for actually day-to-day sorts of activities with regards to food, harvesting food, cutting food, and then probably a lot of the weapons they would have used would have been wooden spears and the like, which they would have hardened in fire. But then, for sure, some of the spear heads would have been made out of stone. Some of the axe heads would have been made out of stone as well. Very, very primitive weapons. But it dates back a very, very long time. And to find those sort of things would be very interesting. But most of the time when we're out and about, we find smaller little hand tools littered across the landscape, because there were hunter-gatherers moving through most of the parts of South Africa more than 20,000 years ago. And they would have been using very, very primitive tools, very primitive weapons, very primitive ways of living off the landscape, but yet in very good harmony with the landscape. No plastic waste, no one-time usable bottle thrown away. They would have used things that would have naturally biodegraded. So many of the things we find out here, if it was wooden or it was a container of sorts, it's completely natural and broken down. All that's left behind is stones and anything that's harder with regards to possibly some ivory or bone or anything they might have used. Magic Dragon Wizard, I don't know what artifacts are in this area. It's nice to sort of always scratch around, and many of these places have been surveyed for heritage impact assessments, and they've gone through and looked at cultural sites, and most of the cultural sites in South Africa have been mapped, and you can actually go and visit these places, so you require permits and stuff. Otherwise, people go there, overutilize the area, take more than just pictures, and they steal things. And we love to write our names on, Gert loves Steve on this pillar. That got Gert's attention. Why people do that, I don't really know. Graffiti, I think, had a place in time. Rock art was a magnificent way of recording past events and recording hunting successes and recording the animals on the landscape. But today, I think many of the people who deface some of these monuments have just got something else going on in their head. But anyway, Cedric is down at Chitwa. Let's go see what he's got.
Yeah, welcome back with us. We were watching that fish eagle on the dam wall, feeding on something, and then he flew on top of the dam, carrying something I didn't have time to see, but unfortunately he dropped it in the water. So that was quite sad that we missed that. Yeah, there's two fish eagles here. There's one on that little dead tree in the dam, and there's another one just on the left on the other dead tree. It is beautiful here now. Yeah, I'm not sure what that fish eagle caught. It looked quite big. They are beautiful birds. They're quite big, 2.5 kilogram in weight, and the wingspan would be about 2 meters. Now, apart from fish eagle, there's some hippos as well outside the water and in the water. There's always something here. And to come back also to that question from Michael about the elephants. So I don't know if you saw, but when we got there, he also shook his head. So that's another sign, obviously, that he says to us, I'm not noticing you, don't come closer. But they often do that. It's not too serious. Like he's drinking there, beautiful. Yeah, so the question was, what is the sign that you have to look on elephant for danger? The fish eagle will feed on fish, obviously, but also other animals such as reptiles, for example. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, it would be nice if we can call now. We have a beautiful call. It is very peaceful and quiet here, but lots of different type of animals. There's quite a few hippos outside the water. It's nice to see. There's one quite far. I don't know if we'll be able to get it, but there's a young hippo outside the water on the left-hand side of the dam.
Right?
Yeah, so the termite mount at the end of the dam there, if you go straight, is sitting just in front of the termite mount on the right-hand side. What? No, on the right. If you move a little bit right, next to the water, there he is. There we go. It's not easy because it is very far from here. At least 200, 300 meters, no, at least 300 meters, maybe more. This is quite cute. Yeah, so young hippo will suckle until 8 months old. Obviously hippos eat grass, so they travel quite a long distance during the night. Bradley, I think the question was, I'm not sure if I got it correctly, if a hippo see well underwater. They have a special membrane that protect the eyes under the water. I'm not sure how well they can see under the water, but they will see quite well, yeah, I assume. Also, it's depends how clear the water is. Generally in the dam like that, the water is not that clear, so it might make it quite difficult to see. Yeah, so they have a special membrane on their eyes so they can open their eyes underwater. A bit similar to crocodiles. Okay, so we're going to sit here and see if we can pick up on other animals and any activities.
We have not had the most lucky of bumbles so far, but we were just checking roads that are really not commonly checked for animals that we don't commonly see. But we are about to head over to an open area where we will sit, turn off, and see if we can hear anything or see anything that's going on around this big open clearing. It's a very productive clearing. Even if there's nothing, you see something, if that makes sense. But if you don't keep checking those roads that are not so well traveled, you'll never know what actually moves there. And here we are. A whole lot of nothing so far, but we are just going to get up here, which is a nice vantage point, and turn off the engine. There we go. You see, this area is so vast and so open that you really can see. You can also, if you don't see exactly what you're looking for, if you don't see the predator, you can always pick up on signs of the prey. If you don't see the prey, then you have to ask yourself, why are you not seeing the prey? Isn't it just glorious? We're going to keep our engine off for a little while longer and see if we can pick up on any sounds around us.
So We almost managed to get a view there of a crested barbet, but unfortunately not. So we've left the lions. They are currently not being very active at this point, and also I think it will be better for us to go and have a look around the watering hole. It is the last little bit of the hot part of the afternoon, so I think from here within the next 40 minutes or so things will start to cool down a little bit, and then we might get to see some movement. Now usually when you approach the watering hole, it's already a good area to start and have a look out. We're still relatively close to the Timbavati riverbed, and there's been a lot of movement of large game in this area. Elephants especially, one of those animals. And it would be good to see a few elephants in this area. We haven't really been seeing as much elephants as I would expect over the last few days, and it's very interesting to notice how the elephant numbers increase in the area, and then it takes them a couple of days to move through where there's literally elephants everywhere. You have big bulls in the area, and then suddenly things quiet down a little bit. I mean, they're still here, we know that they're here, but we don't see them as often. We see a lot of tracks, and we hear them at night time, but during the daytime not so many elephants as you would expect. And I think that's also got to do in part with the changing of the season at the moment. We know that they will start to use the big watering holes in this area increasingly more. And occasionally they gather in massive numbers here. Very large herds. Herds can be as many as 40 elephants in one herd. But it also puts quite a lot of pressure on elephant herds. It puts a lot on the mothers with their calves. So a smaller herd might want to go down to the water, have a specific time, drink quickly and move off, rather than encounter a large herd which might be attracting larger bulls to the area. Looks like there's a red-crested korhaan in the road. And it's quite a camera-shy bird, this, as you can see. You can just see the thin, long neck coming out above the grass, and he was feeding off something in the road on the little grassy patch between the two tracks of the wheels. You can see some very, very slow, careful movements trying to blend in, and usually moves off towards the base of a nearby tree where it might stand in the tall grass and hide away there. They're very well blended into the environment, and the feathers on the back helps with that quite a lot. It's a perfect camouflage. So from a red-crested korhaan to a fish eagle, we'll head over to Cedric.
Yeah, so we're still sitting here at Chitwa Dam with our fish eagles and the hippos. It is a beautiful scene. So this fish eagle is sometimes drinking, and then there's another one on top of that dead tree there, looking around how beautiful they are. Yeah, so generally, if there's a pair of fish eagle in one area and you have a big dam, you will often find them there. I'm just hoping that maybe one of them will start flying. It's beautiful to see them flying. I know it's not very easy to put it on camera, but it would be nice to see as well. Oh, the best would be to see them catch a fish. I never saw that actually. Obviously on some documentary, yes, but not in real time. The wind is picking up a little bit here, which is quite nice and refreshing. Nasrin, you asked, do eagles have all the same eye color? No, so there's different type of eagles. Well, you have true eagles, which is the martial eagle, for example, or tawny eagles. The way you can look at it, it's by looking at the feet with the feathers. But true eagles normally have dark eyes, except for the martial eagle. But all snake's eagle generally have yellow eyes, so it depends of the species. But they all see very well. A beautiful bird to look at is also the brown snake eagle. They have very bright yellow eyes. It is very, very nice to see. So if you look there, I don't know if you can see, but the eyes of a fish eagle, it's a bit dark. It is a bit far now to see, but you can see it's nice, nice and black. And most of the true eagle have dark eyes, except for the martial eagle, if I'm not mistaken. The martial eagle have yellow eyes. The martial eagle is the biggest eagle we found here. It is a very impressive bird. We can even kill some small antelope. And during November, December, when the impala lamb are born, often martial eagle killed some small impalas, the newborn one. Looks like it's having a little bath, eh? That fish eagle is beautiful. That's going to stay quiet just a little bit to let you enjoy. I don't know if you can hear the hippos in the background. It would be very nice if one of these two fish eagles can call now. So I was here with Darby, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. I think it was the day before yesterday. We saw one of a fish eagle carrying a stick while flying, and he started cleaning his beak with a stick. And we got a bit confused because at first we thought he was carrying a snake. But no, it was just a stick. So fish eagle will also hunt other birds such as Egyptian geese. I saw one time one fish eagle kill an Egyptian goose next to the dam. Often you find Egyptian goose close to water. You can see the wind in the feathers there. So a juvenile fish eagle will look a little bit different. This big white part on the chest, there will be little black spots on it. So the white part become more clear later on when they become adult. I saw one time at Gary Dam actually. Juvenile fish eagle, only once. It was on my previous trip here. Okay, so let's see what this fish eagle will do. We'll sit here a little bit longer, and then probably we'll start driving around Chitwa.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the calm of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we're still sitting here. This fish eagle is having a very nice bath. So we can lift up to 2 kilograms from the water. So if we catch a fish, for example, so yeah, up to 2 kilograms, which is quite heavy, almost their body weight. We have very powerful wings, obviously, to be able to take off again. Or yeah. Just when we glide on top of the water, catch the fish and continue flying. What you would like to know from how far can this eagle locate their prey? From quite far. I don't have an exact number for you, unfortunately. I will try to look, but they can locate their prey from quite far. For the fish eagle, obviously, it's a little bit different because if you're looking for fish, the fish is under the water, so they will not fly too high on top of the water if you're trying to catch a fish. They will be standing on a tree, and when they will see something, they will start flying from there, going downward. but generally, in a general rule, all eagles and fish eagles and snake eagles have very good eye sighting, so we can see from quite far. If you look at tawny eagles and other type of big eagle, they fly quite high and we can see very well from up there. For example, if you look at tawny eagle and battlers, they are one of the first eagles to find a carcass when there's a kill, even before the vultures. So I think it's also due that they are active maybe a little bit earlier. Vultures like to wait until the warm air goes up to start flying. Okay, so maybe we'll start moving, do a little loop around Chitwa, and we will come back here a little bit later. In the meantime, we'll send you to Lauren, who's looking at a bird.
Look who I found. Can you believe it? I can't. We're just south of Spaghetti Junction on Twin Dams Road. I think we have Batilde. Hello, beautiful. You know you're beautiful, don't you? That's a yes. Oh, so we're expanding that country here. We're not just staying in that little triangle of Leadwood Road anymore. I'm convinced it's her stroke him. Especially how relaxed they are. A lot of birds of prey, what we find is when we drive quite close in the vehicle, even although they are up in the tree, they fly off. The vehicle really startles them. But when you spend a lot of time with birds when they're young chicks, or very, very young at least, they become quite habituated. And Batilda definitely is. And Cedric also was very habituated to us. I mean, Cedric would let you get extremely close. He saw us since day one. He really wasn't sort of scared in any way of the vehicle. And we're getting such lovely views as well. Now, Batilda will really be trying to snack on anything right now because it's winter. It is a harsh season out here for animals. I saw a few dragonflies the other day, which really surprised me, actually. I've not seen a dragonfly in so long, but she also will try to eat insects. Anna, that's a difficult question. They are highly visual. Vision is their primary sense. So in a way, in the wild, no. For example, as much as I love this bird so much, I really don't think the bird recognizes me in any way, shape or form. But a lot of people, especially where I'm from in Scotland, they keep birds of prey as pets. And I'm not saying that's right or that's wrong, it's just what happens. And I really do believe in that case, if you are the provider for that animal and it's become domesticated on some level and you feed it, because they are highly visual, then yes, I do think they'll be able to recognize you. They've also got great sense of hearing. It's just birds of prey are known for their remarkable vision. They can see for miles and miles and miles. And that's what makes them so successful. So out here in the wild, I'm going to say no. I don't think they need to waste any energy on recognizing human faces. It's not important to their daily life. But do I think they have the ability to overall? Yes, I do. I actually do. Only because they're visual. And I guess it would be the same if we kept a leopard as a pet, which I can't imagine ever doing that, but it would probably also recognize you, but not necessarily visually. Gathering information is so important for animals, but ignoring irrelevant information is equally so. It's equally important to ignore the irrelevant stuff. I touched on this morning. A lion doesn't need to recognize individual hippos, and hippos don't need to recognize individual lions. But told us last night. A hippo needs to know, lion, threat. It doesn't need to recognize, there's Darkmane, jolly good. There's Mohawk, there's Blondie. But a hippo needs to recognize its own threats within the species. So it needs to recognize other hippos. Lions need to be able to recognize other lions. So for humans out here in the wild, we're quite irrelevant, as we should be. This is a wild space that we are merely observing. So that's a really good question, Anna, and that's just my personal 2 cents. I think they have the ability to recognize, but I don't think that out here they do. Kim, no, she doesn't. She's very independent now. We've not actually seen her hunt, but she's completely independent. She has been for quite a while. We once seen her eating what looked like a lizard of sorts. So in winter, of course, it's tough times. But in the summer, frogs, all sorts of reptiles, plethora of insects, small rodents, small mammals of any kind. She'll make the most of. I mean, battaliers can swoop down and take scrub hairs. Maybe not Batilda, she's still quite young. And they use that vision. I think Cedric was just touching on the fish eagle's vision. They can see for miles and miles. And not only from being perched up in a tree, but also from being mobile in the air. They can spot something that's also mobile on the ground. Now that's remarkable. No one in this scenario is stationary. Even vultures. Vultures have incredible eyesight. I mean, they can see a 6-centimeter object from 1 kilometer up in the sky. Being mobile in the sky, and the object around 6 centimeters is mobile on the ground. And that's a vulture, who mostly scavenges. So imagine the likes of a battalier. I'm so glad we really were persistent with Batilda, because I feel we wouldn't have this sort of sighting otherwise. But because we persisted, she's really relaxed. She or he, I don't know. You're just the best, Batilda. Yes. Many of you are commenting on how fast she's grown, she or he. I know. Remember when we first found that little chick in the nest? It wasn't moving much. Mom and Dad were coming to feed it. And now, look, we're on Twin Dams Road. I mean, it's not terribly far from the Ledwood, but it's the furthest I've ever seen her. She's obviously flown across the Mulwati. I love that sort of look when the feathers are all ruffled and you see the little bald patches underneath. It's sweet. And I got asked a really interesting question this morning, I'm sure it was from Linda, about elephants being the most intelligent animal. And it's a great question, and I'm sure they absolutely are intelligent, but I really do think all animals are intelligent. It just depends how you mark it. And just going on what I said earlier, the animals that we look at have sort of acquired senses that are physically possible to them to make their reality real, to provide them with the useful information that they need to survive, compete, and reproduce. And that's why gathering information is really important. Of course it is. But also ignoring the stuff that isn't important. That's also crucial to survival out here. An organism can't spend all its time paying attention to everything. They've only got to pay attention to what's important. And that obviously depends on what animal you are. Some animals are completely chemical. Most insects are. They live in a chemical world and they taste and smell and analyze chemicals to understand what's going on. Some animals are visual, like Batoda here. Some animals rely on their hearing the most. Like elephants, we spoke about elephants having that seismic communication. There's such a range of communications and senses across the board. Fish, the lateral line, detecting pressure changes in the water. Sharks, the ampullae of Lorenzini on the nose, the jelly-filled pores. So it's important to collect information, but it's also important to ignore the stuff that you don't need to know. And I guess that's a good sort of statement for humans too. Ignore the stuff you don't need to know. I'm so glad we found Batoda here. But we are going to keep bumbling south and see what else we can find.
Welcome back with us. Just driving around Chitwa. It's a bit quiet. It was very nice at the dam though, so we might check the dam quickly again before we head off to Djuma. We're going to drive along the airstrip here. See if we can pick up on anything. It is a very good spot for cheetahs here. Very nice, open. So this is generally the type of area that cheetahs like to be in, especially for the hunting, because they run at very, very fast speed, so it can't be too bushy, obviously. I saw one cheetah kill before, and it was not here, in another reserve in the Waterbuck, but it was in a similar area, which is very open. It was very impressive. To look around, but can't see much at the moment, which is a bit sad because Chitwa is very nice and we are a bit elevated now, so if we had a good sighting it would have been a beautiful scene. So I think what we will do now, we'll continue driving on Chitwa, check the dam again, and then maybe head off to Djuma, and later maybe go check those lions again.
So, we are currently driving a very interesting road on the bank of the big river, and there are some giraffe tracks on the road I can see, and it looks like quite a few giraffes that's moved here actually, so we are hoping that we might get to see some in this area. We've only seen elephant tracks. We haven't found any elephants yet. And we went past the watering hole and it was very quiet. Except for the odd laughing dove here and there. Oh, elephants! Oh, that is amazing. And a baby elephant. That was quite unexpected. I can't believe I'm actually so happy to see them, and it is a good spot for them. I'm not surprised actually to find a small herd here. It looks like a herd. You can see the female at the back has just turned her head, quite a angled forehead, and then of course the young one there, which is of course an indication that there's a few animals. Oh, look at that one. He was shaking his head. The little one just shook its head at the other one. At least from what I saw, it looked like it was a little bit of a playful shake, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just to get something off its head. I can see the tail wagging on that younger one. It tells me that the animal is quite relaxed, and you can see it's just busy feeding on the remaining greenery around the riverbed. I'm gonna move forward a little bit, see if we might get lucky in terms of another view, and maybe we can see how many elephants there are here. So I've noticed quite a few groups of small family groups, like maybe one mother and then 2 of her offspring, sometimes 3 of her offspring, depending on how old she is. Well, while we try to see if we can get another view of these elephants, we'll head back to Steve.
Well, enjoy your elephants, Yapi. It's a magical experience to see elephants, especially to see them on foot. That's very, very special indeed. And wherever we walk around this property, there's evidence of elephants, evidence of them all over the place. The movers and shakers of the world, they are such incredible creatures to have on foot. Their presence, their magnificence. Seeing them in a vehicle is very special. Having them come to your camp while you're in camp sitting on a chair, elephants walk up and feed, is incredibly special. They've chosen to come there, but having them on foot out in the middle of nowhere and them not reacting to you can be absolutely life-changing. Okay, well, we're going to carry on down this drainage system, and we found some nice interesting rocks before. You are still with us on Bushwalk this afternoon. And the evidence of elephants on the landscape is always quite pronounced. Even now, walking through their footprints here. Bridget, I have indeed met Ezulweni here. I took a video of him coming up to my car, very close, when I was back here in February, which I think is about time I posted that video. So watch out for that one. He is a magnificent gentleman. Magnificent gentleman. He hasn't been around lately. I'm pretty sure he's gone to do what elephant bulls do at this time of year. They go and hang out in the Mopani, build up their condition. Bear in mind, when Ezulweni was here, he was in must for 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months he was in must, which is very, very long. Thanks for the update there, Elton, in my ear. Elson's just talking to me at the same time. It's sometimes tricky to keep a straight face and communicate with all of you when being spoken to. We do practice it a lot, but sometimes it's very tricky to keep your train of thought. But Ezweni, with 2 to 3 months being in must, he's now gone up somewhere, probably in the middle of the Kruger where there's lots of mapani, where he can just feed and feed and feed and feed, and build up his condition, so that by the time the next breeding season arrives, December, January, February, March, gonna march down here big, strong, full of energy, ready to mate with as many females as he possibly can once again. So that's what the big bulls do. They try and keep in must for 2 to 3 months. 3 months is a long time, and the longer they stay in must, the more that smell. Imagine not bathing. The longer you don't bath, the more pungent you become. The longer they stay in must, the stronger that smell becomes, and the more dominant they obviously are, because the bigger and stronger males stay in must longer than the younger males. So the bigger they are, the longer they stay in must, the more attractive they are to the ladies, because they really, really, really do smell bad. But anyway, we're going to carry on our bushwalk, and talking about elephants, Yapi is enjoying some time with his.
So it does look indeed like that's the only large elephant in this group, and I'm sure the other two is her offspring. Amazing. What a good way of showing us the versatility of a tool, I guess, so to speak, such as a trunk. Let's see, she was kind of feeling up there, trying to see if she can reach it, and she couldn't at first. So then the next best thing, just break it. Like I did mention this earlier, but these elephants, seeing an elephant with only 2 of her offspring, or the small groups, has not been something too uncommon lately. It's kind of almost like trying to avoid the rest of the herd, and it might also be because food are not as readily available. Now, from where she is, for her, it's not a very long walk to the nearest watering hole. Okay, very good question. When do elephants sleep? They sleep throughout the day often, often early mornings, and during the middle of the day when it's very warm, or late morning. Sometimes young elephants do rest a little bit after all the movements of the evening. The mothers might decide to stop and let them rest a little bit, and that's often when they might sleep. But elephants out in the wild, they don't sleep very long. They actually sleep quite short, for only a few minutes at a time. I see that comparing the size of those 2 elephants now, the one at the back actually looks a lot larger than I initially thought, or maybe just haven't seen that elephant yet. It's possible that it is 2 young elephants traveling together, and then one with its offspring, or it's a young male. Nice rough bark. It looks, from where I'm sitting, it looks like that is a a russet bush willow, which has got it's a very, very hard, dense, strong wood. It's got very rough bark, so perfectly good tree to get a good scratch. Well, we watch these elephants for a little while longer and see if they do decide to head towards the water. We'll head back to Lauren, who's also got a massive bull.
We have a youngster here. We've been having a really nice interaction. Oh! Where are you going? But sadly, he has crossed over into Little Gowrie. Which means we're probably not going to get the best views now. You know, we regularly talk about elephants being keystone species and ecosystem engineers, and basically what these terms mean, many animals have a significant effect on their environment. All do. But animals whose impact on their habitat or their ecosystem is disproportionately large relative to their numbers, their population numbers, are called keystone species. So we do call elephant keystone species, and other great examples would be any species that pollinate. Pollinators are hugely important, and they're not exactly in massive numbers. Whereas those animals that cause physical change to any living or non-living materials through their activity, through whatever it is they are doing, they either create microhabitats or they modify habitats, which then become suitable for sort of other inhabitants. They are termed ecosystem engineers. So it's different definitions. It's not sort of the same thing, but you can definitely call elephants keystone species and ecosystem engineers. Sadly, this one has gone, I'm afraid. So we're going to continue to scratch around on the Djuma side now that the sun is going down and see what else pops out.
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Now, personally, one of the most amazing things of sitting with elephants is to sit quietly and just listen. So if we can just sit, have a good listen out and hear the different noises associated with them. Sarah, the lifespan of an elephant can vary quite a lot out in the wild, but they usually average anything around 50, 55, and in an extreme case up to 60 in the wild. It is dependent on their teeth or their molars, which is extremely important for them to keep well taken care of. If they don't and they wear it down quickly, then the elephants might have a shorter lifespan because they won't be able to eat. But also, an elephant that reaches the advanced age of about 50 years old, that is an advanced age in the wild, and very rarely do they go all the way up to 60. In captivity, of course, they can live longer. And they have been recorded, I think, at ages almost as old as 70. Funny thing though is, often when I've looked at the skulls of dead elephants, I haven't really noticed any of those molars being worn down all the way. Which begs the question, does that have such a big effect on it? I'm sure it can. I've often looked at the large skulls of other older animals, big animals that die, like the buffalo, even the white rhino. And I've often noticed that those molars are a lot more ground down or worn down than the elephants actually. Morisani, what a good question. Have I ever been charged by an elephant? Working out here in the bush, especially at the start when you start out and you have a lot to learn, you do occasionally come across a situation where the elephant might have felt reason to give you a warning and tell you to move off. In that case, yes, I have been charged by an elephant. Not intentionally, and it's not something that I would ever go and try to look for or experience on purpose. When that happens, it also puts the animal under a lot of stress. So it's something that we try to avoid at all costs. And we do encounter elephants with small babies, or even if we hear the sounds in the distance, which would be first prize, we usually try to take a wide berth around them and leave them be. It's a large animal, so its personal space is quite large. All these elephants are enjoying a late afternoon meal on the banks here. I think we might leave them be and continue to look for something else. But we'll head back to Steve in the meantime on Bushwalk.
I'm still on walk. Still enjoying the wind now blowing away from us. Now, wind direction on Bushwalk is very, very important. But you hear the noise my stick makes. Makes a noise. Kicking the ground, something also that guides have been known to do. But when it comes to noise level, the kicking, not always ideal. Not always ideal. And also if you are potentially carrying a rifle, the kicking of the dust is going to go into your rifle. So very nice element of wind direction checking. Obviously a sock works really, really well, but scrub hair, dung, Not sure if you can get it. It's going right into Gad's face. Scrapbear dung is a nice one for checking wind direction. Nice sustainable way of nutrient recycling. But I think Ivo has got something for me there that is well used by trails guides. Very well used. Little sock. And that's just ash from the fire. Leadwood ash works really well, or hardwood ash. Obviously, we shouldn't be burning leadwood. But the problem I find with these, gets very, very dirty. And if you do keep a whole lot of scrub head dung in your pockets, then you're going to end up having a whole lot of poo in your pockets. Anyway, we're going to keep walking. Although the wind is shifted, just have to be quite careful. We are walking in an open area. It is advisable when walking to pay attention to the wind. So when I'm walking, I used to carry an ash bag all the time. But when I'm walking now, no animal around, just keep checking the wind as we go. That's a very helpful way of avoiding, as Yapi was saying, avoiding confrontation. And when it comes to elephants on foot, especially breeding herds, it's better to know that they're there long before they do, before they know you're there. But if you need to get home and the light is fading, walking with the wind at your back is actually a good thing, because all the animals on that side are going to know about you long before you get there, and they're going to move away, which is helpful. If you are intending on approaching those animals on foot to get a nice view with your guests, wind direction is going to move them away, so it's not ideal. But when light is not in your favor and you need to get home, it's okay to have the wind at your back. Nice little tricks to remember. Obviously, when the light is fading, it becomes quite dangerous to be out on foot, so you need to get home and check in the wind to make sure that it's in your favor. Well, the light is obviously the more important element towards the end of the day. But lovely to be out and about on foot. It's a wonderful way of engaging your energy, your footsteps, the crunching of the earth under your feet, the smells. I didn't get that question from Andrew. You asked about the weirdest something. Did you get that, Gert? No, I'm sure I'll hear it again. I'd love to answer your question, Andrew. I just didn't quite hear what it was. The weirdest bird. What define weird? A rarest bird. I saw Pel's fishing owl just the other day up in Levuvu on the Levuvu River. Thanks, Elton. I think we finally got it. Weirdest bird would also have been interesting. The weirdest, Kori bustards are quite weird, but we also saw a rare Kori bustard. 3 trails in a row now, probably the same Kori bustard, the largest flying bird in Southern Africa. They get up to 19 kilograms. Big, big, big fellows. Well, we got to see a Pel's fishing owl after 3 trails. The 3rd trail, towards the end, we managed to see a Pel's fishing owl off the Levuvu Bridge, flapping, and then flew away. Bomb's spinetail as well is one of the very rare and special birds up there, but I think very close to my heart would be the Kori bustard as well as the Pel's fishing owl.
Yeah, welcome back with us. We almost at Gary Dam. We just saw a beautiful saddlebill stork flying on top of us, so we're hoping now that this saddlebill stork went to Gary Dam to try to catch some food. It is a beautiful bird, so I hope it will be there, but we will know that only when we get there. Yeah, last time we had a beautiful sighting of 2 saddlebill stork. It was very nice. Oh. It was at Gary Dam as well, and there was a male and a female. If there's nothing at the dam, I think I will check the northern section of the reserve. Here. Can't see it at the moment. Really, I think I see it. We're facing the sun now, so it's quite difficult. But I think it is at the end of the dam completely now. I will check quickly. Yeah, it's completely at the end of the dam there, Piquet, on the left, in front of the room there. Yeah, it is very far. But last time he walked all around the dam, so maybe he will come closer. It's nice to see it. They are very, very beautiful birds. And very big.
We are just scratching around to see if we can possibly relocate the lions that Cedric had this morning. Now it's sort of a good time to go scratching for lions. When it's too early, it's far too hot. But we're just bashing really, really slowly to see if we can pick up on any signs of them. We're in the area, but I just think they're going to have moved quite a bit because it's been such a hot afternoon. And it wasn't the whole pride, so I'm also hoping that they're going to reunite. I see a lion. How I'm gonna get to this lion now? Do you think round this way? I spotted it before you, Davy. Jackson, I'm sure I don't need to answer that question, but yes, it's a lot easier, like chalk and cheese, or black and white. Look at dark green. Yes, it is unbelievably easier. It's very, very difficult in summer, to the point where we don't always off-road. It sometimes comes to the stage where we just make that decision not to off-road. It's a lot easier in the winter. Hello, Dark Mane. Huh. Good to see you, boy. Now, I believe it was just the three of them. There are three. There's another lioness on the other side, the one that I actually spotted first. We can't see her from here. And then, or maybe you can. Yes, that's a lioness. Very well done. And the other lioness on the other side. So what I'm hoping is that they reunite. I don't know where the rest of the Talamatis are. I know that some lions have been called in at Jordan's Dam up in Bushwalk. And I know that the Torchwood Pride are at Cruise Camp Dam. So I don't know where these guys are going to go, but they're going to call. Oh, hello. Darkmane, Emma's saying what a great surprise. But it's not a surprise that you're sleeping. Oh, you gotta love this boy. It was actually really nice seeing Mohawk and Blondie the other day. I must say, I have not seen those boys in a very long time. But they are still a coalition, and it's entirely normal for coalition mates to separate. Okay, albeit they've been separated a very long time, but they are still very much a coalition, and they need each other now more than ever. That the S8 male is with the Talamati ladies, some of the Talamati ladies in Bushwalk. You've got Kruger males coming in. Things are changing, and Mbali Pride pushing down south. So he's going to need these coalition mates. But it's not abnormal that he's on his own. And we're very close to Treehouse Dam. So naturally what I am hoping is that when they do wake up, they head straight to Treehouse Dam for water. Phew! Bless me, sorry. And that's a little swollen tummy there, so he's definitely had some food of some sorts. And oh, this boy can sleep. I knew having the Oklahomas on Djuma the other day, it wasn't going to be a long thing. I knew it wasn't going to last for long. It lasted one morning. Djuma really is the land of the Talamatis now. And territorial boundaries can always be contested. Core regions will be rigorously defended. But the boundary lines of Lion territory will always be up for grabs. It will always be in a state of flux. Excuse me, everyone. Victor, you're asking the oldest lion. Do you mean by age? I mean, the Avokas were born in 2013. So we're estimating that now they're sort of 8 or coming up for 8. I'm not sure I'll be able to answer that question, Victor, in terms of age. We had the Birmingham boys around here before the Avokas came in. But I don't actually know at what age the Birmingham boys left. And I couldn't possibly answer for the years before that. I've had a lot of coalitions around. Some will touch into Djuma, some will leave Djuma. I'm not sure I'm able to answer that, Victor. I'm sorry. Oh, hello, Paul. Why are lion and leopard's paws so cute? You have to love the way lionesses sleep. Not a care in the world. I don't know, I haven't identified the others. I don't actually know who the lionesses are yet that Dark Main's with. You're saying you wish you could give them a high five. I know. I don't think that's a good idea, but I also would love to give them a high five. But something tells me it's not the smartest of ideas. I just want to squeeze their paws. And really, a leopard is about half of that. A leopard's draft in comparison to a lion's is unbelievable in terms of the size difference. So they've pretty much been here all day. And the golden light is starting to filter through. I'm really, really hoping that they get up and call for the others. I mean, it's quite something when you're next to a male lion and the male lions calling, but it's really something when the entire sort of pride and all the lions are calling. Sometimes I like to just sit and watch the animals sleep and just take that peaceful moment, because it is peaceful. They're sleeping. They're resting for the night ahead. And being on territorial patrol, calling, hunting, interacting, it's all energetically costly. Just like us, we need our sleep at night. Oh my goodness, I need my sleep at night. Lions generally sleep during the day. I used to see the Awinos. The Awino pride up in the Masai Mara, they really, really hunted a lot. They were very active during the day. Sausage Tree pride too. And particularly the Awinos. But most of the lions here, even although it is winter, the sun's been so delicious today. It's been so lovely. Stations, I have located those Talamati and Ngalas just west of Weaver's Nest in the block. Sorry, I was on the radio. Mary, you're saying he looks so cute now, I think? I just realised I hadn't called that in. Oh yes, he does. Ah, peaceful. Okay, peaceful and cute. Indeed. We were actually going to turn around and leave. I didn't quite expect to spot them. I imagine they've moved quite a bit since this morning. Okay, we're going to sit with our peaceful, cute and sleepy lions a little bit longer.
Moving slowly from the purpose pen.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
We're here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. fighters are now doing the Hades halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The Bushwalk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bushwalk. It's wonderful being out on foot. You get to explore these magical out-of-the-way places, away from the roads, away from the traffic and the busyness, although the bush is often very quiet. It's nice to go out on your own pathway, to walk animal pathways, to walk in areas that you just look at and go, I want to walk there. I want to go find tracks, I want to go find stones, go find signs that animals left behind. And when you do find these magical places, you do find these very beautiful places in the late afternoon. You find a nice, quiet, relatively safe area to just find a seat and enjoy the sunset. Simply beautiful, Montengo. Debbie, gorgeous indeed. Quiet, still moments spent out in nature reveal that it's never quiet. Gentle breeze, love. The ground beneath your bottom is alive. These moments are all that really matter. Thank you, Robin, for joining in the quiet moment. Listening to the heartbeat of the earth. And feel how relaxed you all feel after just a few moments of silence. Listening to natural sounds. A few hours of silence in nature can be profound. Make profound changes in your life. Make a point of getting out each day if you can. You don't have to go on long hikes in the wilderness. You just have to sit. Obviously, there's no better way of exercising than out in nature. Long beach walks. Listen to the rhythm of the waves against the shore. Creaking of the trees in the forest. Bird song in the morning and the afternoon. They're always there. Spend a moment to listen. Thank you for joining us for a nice quiet moment around sunset. I'm going to send you back over to Djuma with Lauren and her favourite lion.
Indeed, my favourite. How could that not be your favourite? It's also Dobby's favourite, right?
That's right.
That's right. But really, in order to sort of understand male lions, you really need to think about their psyche. And a male lion's entire reason for existing, if you like, or not existing, for just being a male lion is really simple, and it comes down to one thing, and that is to reproduce and then protect their offspring. Yes, male lions are known for infanticide, which is just something really quite horrendous for us to witness. But if they believe it is their offspring... Sorry, I don't know what is making me sneeze. I apologise. Then they will do whatever they can to protect it. It's all about reproducing, and it's not easy. And that's really why they form a coalition. That's why they form this band of brothers, cousins, or even strangers. In order to sort of strengthen that unity. More muscle, more power, can cover a bigger area, get more ladies, reproduce. That's all that it boils down to, really, at the end of the day. I mean, for the first few years of their life, at least up until around, give or take, 3 years, it's quite easy. You're looked after by your mama and your aunties and all the other females. There's probably lots of other sub-adults. It's probably fun. But then life gets really, really tough. And to say that Darkmane, Mohawk and Blondie haven't actually reunited is probably very inaccurate and wrong of me, because we don't know that. WildEarth have not seen it, and I believe it's not been seen by many of the other lodges, but we also don't know that. These lions wander great distances at night time. You don't know if they're communicating. He's listening. And Darkmane's been seen further down south than he ever has, because he very much took up the sort of realm of Buffelshoek and stayed very much with the Talamatis, and the two others went with the Nkuhumas. And again, this is not entirely abnormal behaviour. But properties are reporting seeing Darkmane seeing Darkmane now much further down south than ever before. So we haven't seen them reunite, but maybe they have. It was fascinating. I mean, the other day, Darkmane was at Treehouse, and Blondie and Mohawk were right next to Gwen's Den, and that's really not that far. That's in the same sort of section of the reserve, and I thought that was really, really fascinating that they were all in such close proximity to one another. Very often the reason male lions get kicked out is because they just become intolerable around carcasses, around food. The females just cannot tolerate them anymore. They become very, very aggressive. They will just not share. That's when a male lion really starts to change. And that's when the females start to change their behavior towards the males. Jacqueline, I get this question very regularly, and right now I can't smell anything. My nose is rather blocked. But, oh, hello. It's very difficult to describe. They don't really smell bad right now, for example. It's really only when you can smell their scat, which is awful, and when they've been near a carcass, really. They definitely do smell worse than leopards, but right now, unfortunately, I can't smell very much. The scat is one of the worst things you will ever smell. It's really not pleasant. Okay, it's starting to get chilly. I'm going to put my first layer on, so I'm hoping that these guys are going to start moving very soon.
Yeah, welcome back with us. We're having a very pleasant drive around Djuma. Very quiet at the moment. It's always beautiful in the afternoon with the sun, which is busy setting behind us. Yeah, so we did come back west. Now we four-line road. We will go check Impala Plains and then drive towards Zoe's Road. It is a good area for leopards, and as Lauren is with the lions, so we're making leopards our mission. from that, we got some elephant this afternoon, but have been quite quiet for us. But we had a beautiful scene of fish eagles at Chitwa Dam. That was very nice. Just going to check for tracks here. Is anything going still on this road? Not much happening. Let's go check Impala Plains. Last time this is where we found Tavangumi. So he probably left the area since then. It was, I think, 2 days ago, but maybe he came back again after that. So it's good to check. There's something in the tree there. We'll have to check that. Okay, so we continue here and we'll see what we can find. I really hope we find a leopard. Only one of them, huh?
And you know how it goes. We always give you the sunset from different locations. And this is ours. This is the sunset of Team Wendy. And we're just going to sit for a moment or two and just admire it. Bridget, you love the different shades and colors the sun provides in the sky. I know I've been really forcing myself to appreciate it every morning and every evening these days. We get so wrapped up in trying to find animals. Hence, note the word trying. And sometimes it's important that you stop. We're still with the lions, but they haven't moved a muscle, so it's also just important that we stop and appreciate the sunset. It goes down so quickly. And there we go, our sleepy Leos. Phil, you're saying there's our sleepyhead. Oh yes. No one can sleep quite like Darkmane. But he's become quite the character, really. I remember when all three of us arrived. I arrived shortly after they arrived. I know I mentioned this, but they just look so young. I've got photos of them. I remember when we had the meeting with the Nkuhuma ladies for the first time. And the mains were really not that impressive. Not like now. And it's just amazing to see how much they've grown. And obviously we see Darkmane the most now. Mohawk and Blondie have really just sort of disappeared a little bit further south, and he's just become quite the character. And when we talk about male lions being ousted, it's really a bit of a process, and it all starts with cues, really. I mean, when males, young males, the sub-adult males within the pride really start to show signs of adulthood. I'm not saying complete adulthood, but you know, the manes start to get that little bit fuller and their testosterone rises. That of course brings about noticeable change for the females and the males in the pride. And testosterone naturally results in changes in behavior from the sub-adults. And that's really when the males and the females will start to show nothing but aggression towards them. And even although that looks tough from a human perspective, because we think, oh, that's really sad. Oh, you know, that doesn't look great. It only happens because it's meant to drive those young males out. It's meant to drive home that signal that it's time to leave the pride, young boy, very Lion King-esque, and it's time to sort of forge a legacy of your own. Go out there, get a coalition and forge your own legacy. Create your own bloodline. And that's why they are aggressive. Just from a human perspective, it does look really awful at times, but it's there for a reason. That behavioral change of the adults is forced to drive the young ones out. It's not sustainable. They can't stay. So how do you bring about change? You bring about change by forcing them to leave. And they will understand that signal. They will understand that message, and they'll know it's time to go. They will be sort of going under many hormonal changes that they will understand. I don't want to be here anymore. Just like a typical teenager. This sucks. They're all being so aggressive to me. That was really cute. Big L. I don't know who Darkmane's father is. There could be genetics at play, for sure, but really when it comes down to a lion's mane, genetics and also testosterone comes into play. Normally when a male lion is in his prime, he's developed his coalition, he's got his band, he's set up his territory, mating with females, the testosterone levels intrinsically rise, are in their prime, and normally the mane directly relates to that. Oh, hello, princess. Okay, no, we're going to put her head back down again. That's fine. And the more testosterone, the darker the mane. Most male lions get sort of dark manes when they're in their prime. I guess the level of colour and stuff, there will be a genetic element in there. Kalahari lions are known to have very dark manes. You even get the black-maned lions of Harena Forest in Ethiopia. So genetics are definitely at play, but the dark colour will also come from rise in testosterone. Okay. We're going to sit here with our trio and see what they do. Hopefully they move. But we're going to send you guys over to Yapi with his lion.
So that is the general mood around this small puddle of water. As we can see, that lioness is just blinking her eyes and the ears are moving. There's a bit going on. What's really interesting here is that where she is a line running right past her face, all the way past. That is actually a drag mark. And that is the track left by the impala carcass that the female leopard yesterday dragged across the riverbed here. This is actually part of how she was found. And then dragged up to a tree nearby, where, not far from where they are. That tree right back there. So she dragged it up here, all the way up the tree. That's of course not why these guys are here. They came here for the water. I saw a couple of times today when the wind was swirling around this area, they did lift their noses. You can see this young male is starting to show some signs of movement. There's a little bit of energy. But it's more as an irritation to or with the flies. And just look at that face. You can see dark patches on the tip of the nose. There's 2 scars across the nose. You can see around the cheeks it looks like a purplish mark there. My guess would be that that's blood. Dried blood and mud mixed. I've actually noticed on occasions this lion actually becomes quite purple when it feeds. You can see once again there's something in the slight breeze coming through that he's smelling. Now it might be anything. Ngala, elephants nearby. What a good time of the evening to be here. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of movement in a little while.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with a boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And yeah, we put that Land Cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up, and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of it, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, welcome back with me. I'm currently looking at the herd of wildebeest. So just a quick update on our side. We've been driving around without much luck. We're currently now on Philemon's cut line. And so since Lauren are with the lions, we are on a leopard mission. So we're looking for a leopard, but so far no luck. But we found this little herd of wildebeest. But after that, I think we will head back to Gary, Maine, and also check again Twin Dam, because there was trucks there going into the river. So maybe we can see if they came back to drink or anything. So for the trucks, but we saw there was some leopard trucks in that area. Yeah, I'm trying my best. I really want to see a leopard and show you a leopard on my last drive. Unfortunately, we can't control that, obviously. It has been quite quiet also around Djuma, except for the lions. But hopefully the predators will be starting to move a bit more now. I was getting cooler. I put my jacket already on. Oh, now it's this wildebeest at the back having a dust bath. It would have been nice to see it with the sun behind. Of course, the dust bath helps with the ticks to protect the skin as well. Looks like we're going to spend the night here. It's quite nice actually. We arrived, they were all standing and now we are all sitting. Yeah, so Philemon Cut Line is also a good place to check. I did got quite a few sightings here. Dogmen here, dogmen with a Talamatis here. And at the same time, Tlalamba was not far apparently. It's a nice area as well. So we did Zoe's Road. It was quiet. We did Triple M as well. And Impala Plain. Yeah, so, but I think now, since it's still cool, I think it's better to maybe continue and see if we can spot anything on the road. We have about 1 hour to go, so I'm making my mission to find a leopard in 1 hour. With the hour we have left, I can't promise you, but this is the goal. Okay, so let's try to find a leopard, and in the same meantime we'll send you to Yapi with some lions.
So not much happening here, just this lion starting to get his tail involved and trying to get flies off. That there, just look at that tail tip. You can see there's a slight difference in color, like slightly browner. He's just walked over to the side and away from the rest of the group to relieve himself a little bit, which is normally something lions do this time of the evening, or just before they start getting more and more active. You can see these ones are still asleep, and I think looking from them now, they are probably fast asleep, actually, at least the two on the far side. If I got the name correctly, Glenn, these male lions, I can imagine there's a lot of people that would love to see what they look like once they're big. Well, especially the male. You can imagine that the female will be beautiful. But when the male's got a full mane, it should be interesting. I think it might be a little bit off-white, not pure white. It will probably be similar to the color of the tail tip. In parts, maybe even as dark as the color on the ears. Like that. Those signs. You can see, look at all the flies around on the shoulder. Monarch, what percentage of adult male lions, or what percentage of male lions survive to adulthood? What we know is that it is about a 1 in 4 chance, so about 25% chance for a male lion to make it to adulthood. In this case, there are 3 here. There are more cubs within this pride that's got another young male of just over a year. So we'll have to see. If I can say at least that most of these youngsters here, they come from litters of 4. And funnily enough, in each case, only 2 out of the 4 survived. The age that these ones are at, this young male as well as his brother, they should theoretically survive. They do have a few very, very tough years, and you can see there's already some scars on the rump and the back to prove how tough it is being a young male lion, even though he makes it look very good, very easy. I know it's tricky for us to see from here, but these animals do attract a lot of flies, flying insects close to them. I mean, they've been feeding off a dead animal before today, and now they've been laying around here. It's a old pool of water that's been used by certain animals regularly. It also attracts a lot of flying insects. You can actually see little rings on the water as or ripples created by the small flying insects just above the water's level, and they're all moving every now and again, touching the water. So that's what the little birds come down for. Even though we don't see them, they are here. These animals are covered with parasites and flies, especially after a feeding bout. You can see this lioness, the one off to the right, closest to us. If you look in her neck, there's lots of little spots, dots, where the fur is missing. Just have a look at that. That's usually a sign of one of the older animals. Now we can get a clear look at that tattered ear as well. Now this animal, she's been scratching those parts quite a lot. Occasionally you'll find that it's bleeding. It's just because the older they get, they become an easier target. Get a little bit irritated often with the other younger lions nearby, and they don't get groomed as regularly. And those are the tough to reach parts. That ear is not even flicking once. You can see the fly landing on there at the back. You can see the other lioness slightly twitching the leg and also starting to get irritated by these biting flies. But that lioness is solidly sleeping. Not a bother in the world. Lions do have, or these lions have quite a bit of nocturnal activity. As of late, they've been very active. Ooh, there's a guinea fowl coming down at the back. You can see it's quite alertly taking quick sips and then checking up. I wonder how long he's taken to make that decision to come all the way down to the water's edge. I saw one earlier up on the bank. Well, this was much earlier, and I think maybe it is that one that eventually made his way down. But now that there's some life other than the lazy lions coming into this area, things should start to get interesting with the sun going down. So I think we'll sit a little while longer here.
So we're sitting with a young elephant there, like a young bull. How nice is that? I can see that he lost the tip of his tail. I'm not sure how. There's a few elephants in that area now. So, we're not far from Twin Dam. We're hoping that maybe they will go drink. But it's getting a bit dark now. You can see, okay, they can blend very quickly into the bush. And they walk so softly. Sometimes even when you walk on Bushwalk, you can't hear them when you're not too far. PK is doing a fantastic job now trying to still seeing him behind that tree. Just going to reverse a little bit to get a better look. Go, just stop in the opening there. Just stop in the opening there. So we can hear more elephants in the distance breaking some trees. And he will walk away in the bush. So sad that he lost the tip of his tail.
I think my adventurous thinking about the lions moving was exactly that. Far too adventurous. He will not wake up until the ladies wake up, that's for sure. I don't know who he's with. I know he's with 2 females, but I think it's 2 females. It actually could be a young sub-adult male, but I'm not sure. And going back in that topic of the manes is interesting because they did do a study in the Serengeti, and overall it was proved that females do show preference for the males with the darkest mane. Out of having a choice, they really do show the preference for the males. And it's thought that the dark mane, not this dark mane, but a dark mane, is superior in sort of a number of ways. It's used as a marker, if you like, for the females to evaluate the fitness of a male. So it's to do with sexual selection. You've obviously got natural selection. Someone's woke up. And then when it comes to the differences between the sexes, you talk about sexual selection. It was a very temporary wake-up. And dark mane lions, as I've mentioned, have higher testosterone. Sorry, dark mane's just been really funny. And that means they're more aggressive fighters. So therefore they can be key in raising cubs successfully. So the drive for the female for reproduction, she wants to choose the male that's, yes, genetically the best, strongest genes. I think that's a vehicle coming in. They've managed to find us, so. And also the ones that can do the most protection. The ones that will protect the offspring. They will fight, they will battle. And that's really what the females are looking for. They can chase away invaders or anyone that does come to sort of take over the pride.
I'm going to go into infrared.
Oh, we're going to go into infrared. The picture is going to change. Ta-da! It's now black and white. And they actually use life-size models for this study. And they also collected data over decades about which males the females preferred and which males were the most aggressive by following coalitions and prides that they know. And when it came to using the models, they positioned males that were almost like life-size teddy bears, just like dark mane here, and had different colour manes. And I can't remember the sort of in-depth details of the study, but at the end of the day, the females always went towards the darker maned model. And then when they did the same sort of study with the males lions always tried to attack the darker maned model first because they are the biggest threat. It's a fascinating study. You can read it online. And it's from Tanzania. It's from the Serengeti. And I'm sure it was by a researcher called West. But it really does prove the darker your mane, the more successful you're going to be, and it's directly linked to testosterone, as well as genetics. Yeah, Davi's suggesting that we reposition, and I think it's a good idea. We don't really have a view of this one that's got his head up. Ian, that is a very good question. What is the longest time I have waited? I think it must have been in the Masai Mara. I used to spend hours out there. We used to do 8-hour shifts. So we used to go out in the morning, and Dan's not happy with this position. There we go. We used to go out in the morning and not return until the afternoon, and I think probably sitting with the Sausage Tree Pride is the longest I've waited, but I've also spent hours upon hours with the Nkohumas. But they do sleep during the day. It's not that they're lazy. They are just nocturnal. It's just their sort of cycle. And they will wake up, absolutely. And when they wake up, they will start contact calling. And that's really what I'm hoping to hear. But as to when will they wake up, Ian, that is a jolly good question. Leopards tend to sleep not quite like lions. They do sleep. They are primarily nocturnal as well. But they're solitaries. They've only really got themselves to look out for. There's an incredible video online that's circulating of a leopard that was sleeping on an embankment, and a male lion stalks up to it and gives it the fright of its life. The leopard, I do believe, manages to escape, but leopards have to be on edge in some way. I mean, Darkmane here, look at him. He's the king of the jungle. And he's got 2 other females next to him. Whereas leopards sleep a little bit more on edge, that's for sure. And this gives people the sort of reputation that lions are lazy. They're not at all. Lazy is not a word I would use to describe a lion. I just don't know if that other lion that we haven't got a visual of. I can see the one whose paw is up. It's definitely a female. But I'm just not sure if that other one is a sub-adult male or a sub-adult female. We haven't really got a good view at the moment. There's a bat. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to get it. There's a bat circling overhead. How lovely. It's a perfect time for the bats to come out, so maybe now you guys should wake up. Okay. It looks like it's a waiting game all round as I wait for my lions to wake up. It appears Yapi is doing the same.
And at last, after a long awaited period of time, that lioness has finally rolled over and started to show some movement, and I am extremely relieved because now I know for sure that she's still alive. And one thing I found very interesting, and I've noticed this lately quite a bit, and I think there might be 2 reasons here, is she still hunts, and she's still with the pride, and I think for that instinct, of course, and also because she's got the experience. So these young lions learn from her. But then if I have a look at her belly, I can't help but wonder, does she actually get any food? Just have a look there. If you notice there, you can actually see the rib cage's part where it starts. You notice it quite easily. And the belly's comparatively quite flat. It looks like she's eaten something small, Not as much as these young males and even the young females here. It's not nearly as rounded as a lioness in front of her. And that might be a sign associated with her advanced age. Because I think, number one, I know that this lioness does not have a good, maybe not even quite functional set of teeth left. Her carnassials as well as her canines are almost completely gone and yellowed out. Just something that's natural for older animals. And the teeth actually often, it shapes those cheeks. When you look at the young lion, you can often see the strong face, and as the teeth get worn away, there's no resistance there, so the mouth looks a little bit different in an animal that's actually lost some of the canines. Now this lioness hasn't quite lost hers, it's still there, but it's very, very worn down, as well as the carnassials. And along with that, I think she's having trouble to get enough meat around the carcass. She's probably really struggling to chew large enough chunks, or to tear large enough chunks off to be able to swallow it. Maybe at the age that she is, also her dietary requirements are getting less and less. And then, of course, her old age might also be a disadvantage of her actually being able to fight for a proper position around the carcass to have a good feast. But looks like they might be laying down for a little while longer.
Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today it's my day to pay the revenge.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we'd normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, welcome back with us. We just hit a little roadblock now. This is a night draw. There's plenty of them on this road. Whew. Just a little bit further away. Okay. There's lots of them here. It's quite amazing. Yeah, I would say that maybe a furry neck night draw. There's quite a lot of them around here. And there are nocturnal birds. It's like, but we are currently on Rebecca's Road, and we were driving, and every 10 meters there was a night draw, so it was quite funny. They have a beautiful call at night. Obviously, I'm not going to try to mimic the call. I don't think it will do justice to the night draw. But if I hear one calling, I will stop and will try to listen. You would like to know which predators will get active at night? Yeah, so lots of them. Lions, for example, leopards, also smaller predators like janets, caracal, serval. So mostly lots of the cat species. Because they have the advantage at night, they see better than the prey, and also it is less hot. Saying that, the leopards move quite a lot during the day here, I've noticed. So, yeah, most of the cat species really enjoy to hunt at night. And of course they will do so during the day as well, but the night time it's best for them. And this is where they get more active as well, so it's a little bit easier sometimes to find them because they're moving around and not just sitting in the shade. That will be better. Oh, sorry about that. This road is a bit bumpy at sometimes. Okay, so we'll continue and see if we can find anything. In the meantime, we'll send you to Lauren with Darkmane.
Oh, it's not just Darkmane, remember, we have two others. Two mysteries. Good luck on your leopard search, Cedric. Leopards have been a little bit scarce. At least we know where Tandy and Maribs are. I mean, I figured it was tortured. Sabui's moved her den side to Vessels, which is rather unfortunate because we were planning another visit, Paulie. So we can only hope that, well, she moves it back onto Little Gary again, or even Chitwa. So we know Sabui's whereabouts. Tingana's in the north. Miss Kalamba, I am not sure. Cedric had female leopard tracks this morning, but I'm really not sure where Miss Kalamba is. Come on, sleepyheads, I want to hear you guys. As we sit here, I have no idea what Cedric has, but he has something for you all.
Yeah, so we got another roadblock after Little Bird, which was a night draw. Now we have some elephants. We are in complete darkness now, so I don't want to shine a spotlight on them, but we can hear them all around us. There's a female there, busy feeding. We saw some earlier this morning near Zoe's road, and they were coming in that direction. So maybe it's the same herd that we quickly saw, me and BK, after the show. So yeah, I think we came that direction because we're not too far from. I don't know if you heard that rumble. That was very nice. So we're not too far from where we were this morning. Yeah, obviously we didn't go live on that sighting. It was a bit far. I'm not sure if you heard that, but there's beautiful rumbling going on now. Lots of communication between the elephants. I'm going to try to move a bit forward and see if we can get a better look. That small elephant is still in that tree in front of me now. Sorry, little man. I got a little bit cross with me there. It is dark, so it's not that easy to spot them in the dark. Obviously, I don't want to put the spotlight on them. There's more on the left. How nice is that? It is amazing what we can see at night with the infrared. Yeah, look how he uses trying to get the leaves. And so you ask if elephants will feed also throughout the night. Yes, they will rest a bit, but continuously feeding as well. We are currently in the night time. It's still early, obviously, but they will also sleep a little bit, but they don't sleep for very long. You know, they eat a lot of food. A big bull can eat up to 300 kilograms of vegetation, so obviously that takes a lot of time. There's more there. I'm not sure how many there are because it's completely dark here. So nice to see them rip the leaf from the trees, and look at that. Jacqueline, you love baby elephant. They are so full of characters. Yeah, of character. Yeah, they're very cute. This one that just trumpeted at us now. This is already a little bit old, but still with a nice little character there. This one is coming quite close to the car now. So that is a little sign of irritation. How cool is that? The thing is that when you view elephant, if you drive towards them too close, they will obviously give you a sign, but if you park and they come towards you, they generally quite relax. At night there will be a little bit more stress, obviously, because nighttime is a little bit different than the daytime. Yeah, I think our leopard mission was cut short with the elephants now. I don't know if you can hear them picking up the grass as well. Sometimes they pick up the grass with a trunk and then they shake the grass just to remove the sand and the dust. Must be another one on the left there, somewhere. There we go. Two more. I don't know if you guys heard that now, but that rumble was very, very nice. Okay, we'll try to continue. We don't have much time left. Maybe try to a last time to find a leopard. Hopefully we will be lucky.
One of our lions has got its head up. There we go. That slowly means something. Normally it's a domino effect. Once one gets up, they all get up. It's a bit of a process, but it's nice to see them awake. Semi-awake. I wonder which direction they're going to go. I imagine they might head for water. They're going to try and contact call with the rest of the pride and figure out how to reunite. Lions like to be together. They don't want to be separate. They don't want to be on their own. Oh, hello. Everybody's waking up now. This may be it now. All our lions start to yawn, groom, and then call. I'm very glad they've now popped their heads up. So we're going to sit with them and see what they decide to do.
I'm not. You're also approaching. They're just in a block between.
So, we've just heard that they have found a female leopard somewhere in this area. And we are on our way to see if we might get a view. Now, last we heard she was somewhere in this area. It's quite a tricky area. And hopefully, we might be able to keep up with her once we do get a view. But it's in and around that watering hole that we were in earlier. And this is a time of the evening that leopards would start to move. So it is the perfect time for looking for leopards. And in an area with a large watering hole and lots of other animals around, this is a good hunting ground. And it should be interesting to see which leopard it is. It could be one of 3, actually. From what I heard, it's a female leopard, which means that it could be either the female leopard with the 2 cubs in this area or her previous daughter from a previous litter. Finding a leopard on the move is always very exciting, but it is also very tricky, just because they do make it quite tricky for us, as they can often move through tight spots that we can't fit through with a vehicle like this. Well, we try to see if we might get a better view of this leopard, which might be somewhere in front of these vehicles. We'll head to Lauren, where her lions have just gotten up.
Lauren's lions are not really up. Dark means doing some grooming. But we're not really awake. Not as up as I would like them to be. And this sighting is getting busy now due to the fact that everyone wants to see lions at night time. Because that's when they're active. The lineup doesn't really exist for lions when they're sleeping flat during the day. People want to follow them through the night. This may be our little last bit with the lions, but I'll be intrigued to know tomorrow exactly which direction they head in. I mean, it's complete darkness now. I can't see anything with my naked eye. I really thought they would be a bit more awake by now. But it's been a hot day. Now, just like summer, you tend to find that they are a little bit later because it has been so hot. He's having a good old groom there. Gosh, I know, it would be so good to hear him call. We heard him call just a week or so ago. That it really would be spectacular. Yours, come in. Sorry, we're trying to navigate people in. We're in the middle of a block. Yours, do you copy?
Lauren, copy?
Yours, I think I can see your lights. We've put ours on. Can you see us?
Give me a second. Not yet, I'm going to hit on the
Okay, we're going to try and navigate people into the sighting and see if we can stay a little bit longer with the lions. It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we've moved to the watering hole in which direction she's moving, and we're hoping that maybe she comes over the dam wall and down to the water's edge to come and have a drink. But the area that she's moved into, there's a dry riverbed that runs from this watering hole away in that direction, so it will be very tricky to know for sure that she's coming here. And this is the waiting game with the leopard. A creature of mystery, especially at night time. They are quite active, they move up and down, but they don't cover large distances. And it's a nice time to come for a drink, to be unseen in the cover of darkness. Now we are currently using the infrared light, and that way we don't have to shine any actual light on the animal, which means we're just trying to be a little bit more sensitive to them. Jackie, that's a very good question. I've noticed with this leopard, when they were very, very young, the cubs, she didn't leave them overnight. She left them at points in the night, but she would go back at night time, and then she'd move a little bit more in the mornings, early morning and early evening. But at the age that they're at now, and once they're only a couple of weeks old, they're quite capable of climbing and getting away from danger, so they don't actually have to worry too much about them at night time. Because like her, the little ones can also use the cover of darkness to hide very well. So in this case, yes, she does. She does leave them. She might make her way past at night time, especially if she's been spending a lot of time away from them trying to hunt. But for now, nothing. She could have just moved in this general direction. There are open spaces nearby, and on occasions this leopard will move past those areas to have a look and see if there might be any worthwhile opportunities for a hunt. In that case, she'll give us the slip, that's for sure. We might sit here for a few more minutes and hopefully have them come down. But I think we're gonna head over to Lauren, who will take us home with the lions.
We managed to squeeze in an extra few minutes, but sadly it's not got up. It's a little bit disappointing. The lions do test your patience, that's for sure. One got up, a grooming, but not dark mane. Toby, you know, that is actually a nice little gap if I just go forward a bit. I think. Oops. There we go. That's a little bit better. Or it was. And sorry, another vehicle was just calling on me there. Hopefully the Talamatis will reunite tomorrow. Will they be on Djuma? Will they be on Bushwalk? Who knows? But they definitely will start calling, and I imagine in camp we'll hear them calling all through the night. If you're on the dam camp, I imagine you will hear them too. Even though we're very, very far, you'll hear them. And they'll definitely sound a lot closer than they are. But the sunset safari has come to an end, everyone. The sun has set. The drive is wrapping. We must go home for dinner. But thank you everyone for jumping on board. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. And please do join us tomorrow for another Sunrise Bumble. Until then, good night.